Well, good morning. Yeah, it is good morning. It's 10:15 in the morning here in Queensland, Australia, and I'm Father Time. Today we're going to do a little bit of nations practice, maybe a little bit of Bathurst Race B for next week, a little bit of practice for that. And also the whales are going off deluxe out the front at the moment, so I'll just cut to that screen so you can see what it looks like outside today. It's quite a beautiful day out there, and the whales have been going off. So they have been jumping their asses off. You know, there's been heaps of breaches. I've seen like 30 or 40 breaches this morning already. So a little bit of wobble from the breeze, and it's at the moment it's at I think it's zoomed out to 30 times. But you can see whales at the top there spouting, and if you look for any length of time, you'll end up seeing one breach come roaring up out of the water. It's unbelievable, actually, to see it. But that's what's happening today. Some coffee. Maybe if I'm good, a couple of drinks later on. Just see how I feel. I've been belting it up a bit too much lately, the alcohol. Has been fun though. Do feel a bit seedy the day after though. I think I need to be a little more circumspect in the amounts, especially at my delicate age. Just bandaging the hands at the moment, the thumbs, making sure they're able to stand up to a little bit of practice. Don't know if anything's gone on while I've been looking away, but we'll cut back to the studio. Hello. It's actually probably better to watch the whales rather than me putting band-aids on my hands. So I'll cut it back to the ocean again. Bound to see something breach sooner or later. God, there's been enough of them. There's definitely whales up the top of the screen there. You can see them, their spouts going off. Hopefully get one to do something directly in front. Unfortunately, they don't jump on cue, but I have got stacks of I've got plenty of recordings of it now. I'm going to go through it later on and do a bit of a collage or compilation of all the various breaches. Been a lot of them. Right, that's the hands done. Need some gloves. I did a couple of laps the other day in various cars. Ended up in the Audi. It's not a fast time or anything, but so it'd be a long way off. I don't know. Oh, I don't know what the fastest guys is. I'll have a look in a sec. Right, as soon as I get the gloves on, it'll be back to GT7 action. Alright, the old boy's just about ready. Oh, glasses. Racing glasses. Where would they be? Well, I'll leave you on the whales for a bit longer. confirm that I'm live, that's for sure. Give myself a like. Right, back up to here. Right, at least I'm watching. That's something. Free practice. Wonder, can you use your own? Select from garage. Change car. I wonder if I've got it. Yeah, I should have it. But I don't have anything with paint on it. I might as well pick one and buy some tyres and stuff for it. Right, car settings. I'll put it on mediums, I think. Best way to practice on the harder compound. Alrighty. $27.4 in a 911. Oh, there's an Evo 27.5. I'll also do one of them. Why not? Controller settings. I don't know, that'll do to start with. Be able to get into the 29s on mediums, realistically. Jesus, it snaps. traction there. No, second gear's no good. It's got to be first. Right. Lesson learned. Shit, that'll get squirrely too. Fucking hell, how are we supposed to hang on to the fucking deal? Jeez Louise. It's awful. We want to stick one traction. TCS 1. ASM would probably sort a lot of that out. I'm loath to use it. Yes, certainly starting the day in pretty ordinary form. Try and get after it this time. Better job on this transition, though. Fucking pretty shit job here last time. Yeah, that was awful. Absolutely goddamn awful. Right, I'm going to cut to have a look at the ocean, see what the whales are doing. Oh, that was a big breach straight away. Missed it. Damn. There'll be another one in a second. Right, I bought smokes, did I? Is that what's in my pocket? Filters. Well, they're handy. Right, I'm going to leave you on the whales for a few minutes. Back in a moment. Not just a smoke either. It's the good stuff. I might clean my glasses while I'm out too. Clever. Pretty ordinary at the moment.
When the moon is bright, the dreams are on your side. When the stars are lit, they try to catch your eye. Is it destiny or just beginner's luck that I found you? Now the moonlight dances gently over you.
Very, very, very
I have
nice.
never found the peace inside my mind. I got nothing here that keeps me in line.
Bring that camera back a bit.
In a messed up world, it's hard to see the good in everyone. In a broken conversation, silence won. It's too late now, I got to be on my way for sure.
Some of the surfing.
Lesson learned, you make it hard to walk out of the door. Note to self, you don't need to be anywhere but here. And I'm
Oh, the other way.
finally
That way we'll get the whales in there as well.
I gotta let you go.
Right, that should be nice. For a moment or two, and we'll be able to see the whales when they jump. Just move that a little more, just to get their chin. Yeah, as many whales as possible. There's only intermission, of course. I'm just doing practice. But I've just been outside to smoke one, so I'm going to settle in and do a little practice.
It's too late now, I got to be on my way for sure.
As soon as I stop throwing my drinks on the floor. Fortunately, it's in a thermos. It's a coffee. Bit early to be smashing liqueur down. Should be able to see the whales in the background though when they breach. Oh, there's one just off there to top left. Yeah, there's one out there now. Well, there's actually hundreds out there at the moment. They're a bit offshore at the moment. Oh, there's one up the top of the screen, just did a big breach. Oh, another one. I suppose we could zoom out a little bit and get a little closer to the action out there. I don't know what people want to do, because it's nice to look at the surf too, the people on the boards, but I probably should zoom out a bit so I can get a bit more. You can clearly see their bodies come roaring up out of the water and massive breaches. Yeah, I better zoom out a bit. Damn. got to find an easier way to get to my camera. Probably better to put the zoom out a bit further and see the whales better. Right, that should be better. Probably can go out a little further too, actually. Should see someone come breaching out of the water at that angle. It's zoomed out a fair bit. They usually come up and blow a bit of air first, a couple of times, and then take a bit of a plunge down and then come ripping up it, smashing onto their backs. Anyway, he did what he could. Because I'm practicing on medium tyres. Put the softs on after. Ideally want to get into the 29s on mediums first. sure, mate. Yeah, they're going to let you get away with that one. Not. Right. That was all right. All right for a moment or two. Back to the whales. Hopefully capture a moment for posterity. Posterity, not posterity. Capturing a moment for assholes. I might just watch the surf for a while, even vicariously on the screen. This is actually a good way to relax between attempts at practice. I should add the camera from the studio just to see what I'm doing. Add a source. Which one is it now? Not that one. Yeah, that one. I've got the monitor right up in front of me. You can see it right there. That probably won't block out any whale action. Any whale action will be up in the middle to top. Actually, my reading glasses are the appropriate ones to use this close to the screen. See how good it looks? Oh, it doesn't look too bad. think the guys in the jet skis tend to get a little bit close. They should know better. There's certainly strict laws in Australia about it, and the water police will be out if they get reported for being too close or harassing the whales. Not allowed to do that here, that's for sure. And we do have good water police and helicopters and stuff like that, so they're bound to be out and about. And of course they'll be, they observe with the binoculars, the water police, from the various land-based points. If people start getting too close or harassing whales and stuff like that, it'll get reported pretty quickly. So look to see where here's a bit of nature. You can watch the birds in the evening. This is where the rainbow lorikeets come in the evening, and they perch in the tree out the front here and squeak and squall. And most incredibly colourful birds. Our best bet will be around about here. Right, let's get going. Oh, I've got to move that out of the road, haven't I? Can't see shit. right about here is where I started to lose it. Just here. And here. This. Didn't do much of a job there either. It's pretty funny. I think I got the power down correctly. Alright, that's okay. There or thereabouts. 'Cause I did a really shit job here. It's definitely in the ascendancy. Just gotta stop making a shit job these next couple of turnings. Not bad. I'll try and get these two right. Okay, average, I guess. Maybe do the end a little better, particularly this corner. Not bad. It's alright too. At least it's going in the right direction. It'll just make it easier when I put the soft tyres on. Just got it better than mediums. Get the rhythm. Alright, there or thereabouts. It's not too bad. Do have to be hyper aggressive with this car. It's just not my style. Yeah. Well, if I've got to be hyper aggressive, I'm going to put one traction control on. So I don't think I'll be able to handle it otherwise. hard work. I want to get into the 29s before I put the softs on. Actually, I think I could actually pretty much do it if I used ASM, but I just don't really want to. Just haven't fucking nailed it yet. This transition down here, or these next two. Doing my head in, this is. Shouldn't actually be that bloody hard. Just doing this shit job time after time. Consistently crap. Maybe this time close. Certainly there or thereabouts. Try a slightly different brake balance. Oh, I'm just late. Dickhead. All right, I'm going to watch the whales for a few minutes. There have been heaps and heaps and heaps of whales out there, heaps of breaches. So that'll be good. I'll move the camera in, see if there's any action. Oh yeah, there's cut whales at the top of the screen at the moment. So there was one really in close. Let's see if the whale watching boats are anywhere around. There was one really in close just before, or two actually. I think they might have been mating. Yeah, they were just off here. Have a look around for a spout. I'm going to give my hands a break for a moment. I'm going to roll a smoke. Should be a whale or two around there. Well, actually, there's fucking thousands of them out there at the moment. Yeah, there's something out there. See a few spurts. Should see a breach. If you just look for a little while and see one come roaring up out of the water and smash down on their back. Right, I'm going to go on rollers, mate. I'll come back and do some more laps. There's a whale out there somewhere. I just saw it a few seconds ago. I'll go and find its precise location, get the camera on it. Yeah, I can't track him down right at the moment, but there's a few of them out there doing the business. Where is it pointed? Yeah, it's hard work moving the camera around. There's plenty of them out there at the moment. Should see a few spouts, you know, where they come up for air and that sort of thing, but fair bit of mating activity or play activity's been going on lately. Heaps of breaches and stuff. I've seen 30, 40 of them today just come roaring up out of the water and smash down on their back. You know, all that flapping their flippers and their flukes and tail flukes and stuff. Tail slapping and stuff. So they do all that sort of thing. Classic hump whale stuff. Humpback whale. Had a couple really in close inshore just before too. Anyway, I'll leave it on there. I've got to go and have a smoke. Hopefully with a bit of luck while you're watching, something good will happen. It's not a precise art. Apparently it's not too early to start drinking. Hopefully you saw something while I was out screwing around outside. I'm moving the whole stand that the camera sits on. Just sliding it back and forward rather than get up and move the camera itself around. Move the whole stand it's on. There has been plenty of good action though. It's trouble when you zoom out to the max distance, because the field shot. Oh, there's one up top. Jeez, he's just a little bit far out. When we get them in, close there, right in the middle of the screen there. They come right in. When you get a fantastic breach right in front, it's fantastic. Oh, it's brilliant. Anyway, that guy that was just screwing around, he'll appear at the top of the screen in a second. Oh, there's one in the middle at the top there. You can see them when they come up and blow their flute, or blow the air, do the air hole thing. All very technical. Breathing, I think they call it. Oh, there's one, yeah, right in the middle of it. He's just breathing there. With a bit of luck, he'll do a breach. Come up and screw around. Although a lot of them just get on with the job. Quite often there's, a bunch of them together. There's at least, I'd say there's probably 4 or 5 out there in the top third of the screen. Oh, there's one blowing off right in the centre there. I'll just leave it on for a bit longer to see if something breaches so they can catch a good sight or something. Then I'll go back to doing some practice. It's fantastic when they come in close though. When they're in the bottom third or in the middle. When that happens, it's just magic. You get to see their whole bodies, the colours, especially if they're putting on a good display. That's about as far as we're going to go that direction. Oh, there's one blowing off at the top left. Spouting. I wonder what the right term is. I'll have to look it up so that I don't sound like such a gimp. Such a pleb talking about these majestic creatures. Oh, it'll be good when one gets in close. we'll have a quick look at nature. We'll just have a look at the one of the trees out the front. It'll focus on that for a second. All right, get a little further around so we can get a little bit more of it in there. Every afternoon, these trees fill with these beautiful multicolored birds. You know, just magic. People enjoying the surf. And whales in the background. All right, let's get back to where the whales do their business. We get out of the unfocused stuff. Round we go. It's around about the best spot. Probably around, yeah, just off that buoy there. There were a couple of whales just on the other side of that earlier on. Anyway, I'm going to get back to doing a few laps. We'll check back in on the whales later on. Alright, continue. Oh shit. Let's start again. Oh, actually, I was going to try the ASM, wasn't I? Just to see what it's like on the mediums. And control it. Turn the force feedback down a tad. Actually, I might go 5 over here because the engine is right up towards the back of this thing. He is on softs. He's in the same car. I'm on mediums. Jesus, that is fucking brutal. That is brutal. Actually, I should put it on instead of baseline. Neutral brake balance. Should be able to do high 29s on the mediums. It's an absolute rev monster, this car. doing one extra downshift, I just didn't do. Fuck, I've been lousy here. Here, particularly. Just can't get to the throttle. I do, I get the penalty. Good start though. Alright, 3 to the rear. It's pretty stable, that was. Just need a really good launch out of this corner. Should be able to do a decent time. It'll be fucking awful. Donkey, donkey, donkey. ISM with TCS? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to fucking do that. I don't want to use TS. I don't want to use that either. Come on. Gotta do it without. Hard getting the power down through this corner up here. Happy with that. Very happy with that. Don't have to see the time to know I was happy with that one. That was pretty solid. Good launch out of this corner and do the world of good. All right, I'll accept that. Oh man, that is so hard to do. It's so hard to do. Easy 29. One TCS. Well, it didn't hurt there. Not badly, anyway. Oh, good. That's what you wanted. That was a much better launch. Good. Finally got into the 29s. You gonna let me get away with that? Are ya? Are ya? All right, thanks. Maybe I'll do a better job this time here. The answer would be no. You aren't going to do a much better job. But this was pretty poor last time, so. And this was super poor. This turning. The next one was dreadful. Oh yes, just slide the arse end out. Alright, what did we do for brake balance? Try it all the way to the rear again. It's a good start. Solid. Good launch. 5 to the rear. I wonder if that's the trick. No, that's not going to work. You can't go using gears that low. Right, 29.9 on the mediums. All right, a break to look at some whales. Let's hope that we go straight into the action. Come on, breach, you bastard. Where are we looking? Which direction is that? Oh, there is somebody out there. bit of spouting going on. Just in the middle of the stream there, they're blowing off a bit. Just a little bit a little bit too far offshore at the moment. Seeing conditions are great. I'll go and have a check with the binoculars and see if there's anything in close and that is there something there? Oh, yes, there was a breach. Yeah, buddy. That's what we're talking about. There's likely to be another one too, because they like to perform for each other or outdo each other. We might see another one any second. There's quite a few whales up here. Come on. Somebody's got to show off. At least we got to see one breach in the last couple of minutes anyway. That's something good. I know where that area is, so we'll just scan back here, see if there's anybody in close doing tricks. We've had them in there, right in the center of the screen, like in there, just performing. On yesterday's stream, it was unbelievable. The first time I've ever done this yesterday. And there was a breach at 6 minutes, a breach at 7 minutes, a breach at 9 minutes into the stream. It was unbelievable. Oh, there's one. Oh, yeah, it was up top. Damn. Couldn't get... The camera wasn't... Right, let's see if I can get it to... I'm trying to bend the whole stand that the camera's on. It's a metal stand and I'm bending it with my arm back. It's under tension at the moment to try and get the camera up high. Otherwise I have to climb right up. But there's likely to be another breach any second, you know. They're all whales out there. A lot of those white things you see are them just blowing off. Yeah, they're like in the center of the screen at the top there. You see heaps of breaches. They're going on all the time. They're going off like, you know, you see fish jumping in the river. It's just on a mega scale. Like, I haven't got like premium equipment or anything like that. It's a Panasonic Handycam with a 30 times digital zoom, 30 times optical zoom rather. See if there's anything in close. Alright, there's a couple of whales there at the top. Just saw one blow off, a couple of them blowing off at the top there. Breathing, yeah, there he goes again. So with a bit of luck, oh, there's two of them there. A bit of activity there in the center of the screen at the top. There's a fair few of them out there in the field of view at the moment. Oh, there's 15 or 20 whales out there at the moment. Up in the top left, there's at least 3, 4, 5 just in the top left-hand corner. There's another couple in the middle at the front here. Dozens more out to the back. So you always, when you got that many out there, there's a good chance of seeing a breach here. There's so many of them, they're just bumping around. Fuck it, I'm just going to leave it on there for a moment or two. You guys just check that out for a few minutes. I'm going to go and I'm going to roll a joint and just smash one down while you guys watch this. With a bit of luck, if, you know, like it's a patience thing, but there's every chance in the world one will come right up in the middle and just do a super breach. You just fly straight out of the water. They're absolutely magnificent. They get about 75 to 80% of their body out of the water, just crash down on their back. I think it's their back. They make this massive sound, and in the night you can hear them doing. You can actually hear them. You know, when it's really, really quiet, like 2, 3 in the morning, nobody around. You sit out in the balcony there, you can actually hear, you know, noises coming from the ocean that you don't normally hear in the evening. Anyway, I'm going to go and I'm going to have a sip of something nice to drink, a bit of a liqueur on some ice, and I'm going to roll a fat one. So I'll be back in a moment, then I'll do some more laps, more tedious laps. But we're into the 29s at Red Bull, which is pretty good because we're only used the medium so far. So I'll work a bit longer on the mediums and then change to the softs and see if we can set a good time. G'day guys. Hope you saw something while I was out there. I had the binoculars on, I could see a bit. There was a fair bit of action going on. I'll pan back and forward. G'day FJ, how are you, mate? Excuse me. Just poured myself a magnificent cold drink. And of course I've just smoked this great big fat Stobie out there, so I am totally baked. Just move the camera around a bit. I'm not actually, well, I am moving the camera, but I'm moving the whole stand it's on a metal stand. Like, it holds one of my monitors and all my a lot of my streaming stuff. Right, here's a quick look at the tree. It'll focus on, and this tree fills up every afternoon. These branches fill up with these magnificent rosellas, which are all these magnificent different colours, you know, vibrant and stuff. I'll just whiz around it just to give you a bit of a view. Quick look through between, might be able to see some surfers going on. Depending, you know, it's only a Panasonic Handycam, so it's got its limitations, but I'll move it around as far as I can do. Is everybody smashing the surf out? Limitations of the camera, of course, are its ability to focus. It's extreme magnification at the moment, so it might, you know, blur up a bit here and there, but it's just a bit of a look from out the front of my place. And old mate looks like he got threw up onto the rocks there. It's like one of the surfers got thrown up onto the rocks. Fucking crazy bastards. Anyway, there's a lot of people enjoying the surf out there. Let's get back to the whales. And I suppose I can bore the shit out of you doing laps, but the whales are definitely way more interesting. Right, is that a breach? Yeah, that was a breach there, I think. At the top. Right, if I leave it focused in that area just there, there'll be whales for sure. Right, I'll have a drink. Well, yeah, Norfolk Pine. You're exactly right. Well identified, my friend. They are, you know, as you know, sort of like, they grow prolifically in Australia. There's heaps of them around here. Of course, they've been planted, you know, because we've had cyclones and stuff that knocks everything down, and they rebuild and remodel. But they run the whole length up and down here. I'll pan left as much as I can. But we've had earlier, like in yesterday, this is the first time I've ever streamed the whale things. And in yesterday's stream, in 3 minutes, there were 3 breaches. From the 6th, you know, if you look at yesterday's stream, from the 6th to the 9th, 9.5 minutes, there's 3 breaches. Yeah, but they're in closer. And you can see the whole whale and everything. It's just magic shit. I have to work out how to make shorts and stuff like that. Carl from America, just Carl, he's been encouraging me to do it. And because I haven't been trying to flog the channel or anything, because I'm not in it for the money, you know. Oh, actually, that's just an excuse. It's just that I'm shit at tech, which is the main reason. Actually, that's not even true. The main reason is that I'm a lazy. Oh, yeah, party invite until the next day. Oh, no, you don't have to worry about that, man. Like, I might have been drunk. It might have been a really good thing that you missed me. I might have annoyed you. I did tie one on a couple of days ago, so I did a when Granddad gets drunk, he thinks he's fast stream. But, I'll just pan back and forth a little bit, but like you guys that are watching at the moment, I don't know, you'd probably prefer to see the whales because they're actually doing live shit. And when we get one in that's a bit closer in, you'll see these magic breaches, where they just come up out of the water. Just unbelievable stuff. There are breaches, but they happen quite. They're right out at the full limits. But like in the center, like we'll get to somewhere where there's a buoy or a buoy. Like here, see at the bottom of the screen, you can see a buoy or buoy. In that area just there, in the center of the screen, just like dead center of the screen there, that's where they were yesterday. We got a couple, and earlier in the stream there was a couple of whales, and people were in their boats. One guy in a boat, which was a whale watching mob, and they were very respectful. But there was these couple of fuckwits on a jet ski, just too close, just getting in too close. A buoy, yeah. Well, the Americans call them buoys, I think, but they've always been called buoy. But I think there's a few different pronunciations of it. Americana, yeah. Well, I'll never diss on the Americans. I got to tell you, I love them. Americans are fantastic people. Oh, there's a whale just there. Oh yeah, a bit of action there. You might see a breach. When you start seeing a bit of activity, surface activity, it does seem, when they start splashing around on top and flashing around and making a bit of foam come up, then they disappear for a second. Then quite often, straight after that, you see them just do this beautiful big breach. But I think it's the males, and I think they're just horny as fuck because it's mating season, and they're out there doing what the males always do, showing off. Look, I'm just going to stay on the whales for a little bit longer because I am stoned, and it's just more comfortable to do that rather than I'll just bring the monitor around directly in front of me so I don't have to bend my head. You can still kind of see me in the corner there, but I'll fuck around with that, and I'll try and move the monitor around. Look, I love doing the GT7, don't get me wrong, but if I can just sit here and look at some whales, I'm going to be happy with life. I'm not streaming to make money. The GT7 part of me, that's I'm doing that, because I want to show people that there's a way to enjoy the game without worrying too much about DR and worrying about dirty drivers. But it's wonderful being able to look at the whales and stuff doing their thing outside. We'll just move it around. We'll just move the camera around a bit. I'm moving a whole stand around that the camera's on. Right, I have no fucking idea where it's... Oh, there's a bit of activity there. I don't know if there's any breaching. It's like one of those Meccano metal stands. I'm reaching up. Actually, you could probably see what I'm doing. No, you don't need to. It's not that interesting. just will show you behind the monitor there, behind what you can see there. Up here, the camera is mounted way up, you know, like another metre above my head. The camera's way up there at the top of the windows. And rather than move the camera itself or even the tripod, I'm moving the whole thing, the whole metal structure. I'm grabbing one leg of it at the bottom and guiding it around like a joystick. So, right, back to the ocean. Oh, yeah, well, that probably wasn't anything. It's too far away anyway. Anyway, that's how I'm steering the thing around, is I'm steering it around by moving the whole stand that everything sits on, including my streaming gear, or some of it anyway, and one of the monitors. See, it's a bit of a compromise. I have to move the camera around frequently because it's on 30 times zoom. You know, it's maxed out on its zoom because the whales aren't right in. Like if the distance, actually, yeah, probably another way of explaining it is, like when we go, I'll slide it back around here so that you can get it gets right to the horizon there. Well, obviously the horizon, you know, like we all know pretty much the standard distance to the horizon. And, you know, we're 10 stories up in a building, so the horizon's obviously extended by some distance. So that distance you see there at the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen is somewhere between 1,500 meters and 16 kilometers. G'day Eddie, how you doing, man? I'm just explaining the perspective so you guys get an idea. But there's just to the top left of the screen, right, or dead center of the screen now, there's a whale directly in the top quarter of the screen. Well, there's actually the entire top quarter of the screen, there's probably anywhere between 20 to 100 whales, well, to 200 whales going right out to the horizon if you went corner to corner, because that is a huge distance. That's like 50, 60 kilometers left to right at the top of the screen, wide. But in the distance, right here in the right down in the foreground here at the very bottom of the screen, that's like about probably 1,500 meters from an elevated 10-story position. Yeah. Man, you're living the working man's life. I totally can relate to it. Totally can relate to it. I did a quick 50 odd years working, so and I think 40 years of that was 40 years of it was shift work. Bit more of a scan back and forward. I know it's not supposed to be a whale watching thing we're supposed to be doing, but if I'm happy, well, not as happy, but I'll go back and do some laps if you just tell me if you get bored of me just scanning back and forward. Well, there's a whale directly in the middle at the front here, right at the top of the screen. Yeah, there's two whales dead center of the screen at the top. With a bit of luck, you'll see one of them breach or something, like, because it does go on all day long. When you stand out in the balcony, you've got the binoculars, you see these big white plumes left, right and centre, and they're not blow-offs, they're where... Oh, mate's getting a bit frisky. He's getting a bit frisky. Looks like there's a bit of activity there. They're splashing on the surface. When you see him... Oh, he's doing the flukes. doing the flapping the surface. Yeah, there's a good chance of seeing a breach. He keeps slapping the surface. Sweet, we got fucking action. Woohoo! With a bit of luck, boys, you'll see a breach. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of surface action at the moment there. A lot of slapping the surface, you know, with the flippers, or whatever they call their flukes, or whatever they call them. No, tail flukes, that's the tails. See, I don't know much about them, but I just know that they're out there, they're magnificent, and they're going past my place. Hey, and even though I can just walk outside and see it for real, not on TV, because I'm seeing it the same as you, even though I can do that, it's more well, it's not more magnificent, it's just magnificent that you're watching it too. You know, like that, and I'm sharing it with you, which it makes it extra special. Can't believe this stuff is outside, you know. When I'm not streaming, I sit out in the balcony there and just smoke stobies and drink liqueur and just watch. I got binoculars too. Come on, give the boys a breach, fuck yous. There was a lot of activity there. There was a lot of slapping the surface, but didn't get the breach. I was thinking that we good chance of getting a breach then, because they, you know, when they start frothing up the surface and start knocking up the foam, you know, they're getting pretty energetic. But if you, like I said, if you go and have a look at yesterday's stream, you only got to look at 3 minutes of the stream, from the 6th minute to the 9th minute, and you can see 3 breaches, and they're not miles away. You can actually see them. Now, it's in yesterday's stream, just right at the beginning, between the 6th and the 9th minute. That's all you have to watch, and you get to see breaches. There's a whale you can see them blowing off, I shouldn't say, breathing. Oh, there's a couple directly in the centre of the screen. I think this is where that activity was going on before. Pretty certain that's where I'm back to. Humpback whales. When you have a look at the tag on the YouTube thing, it's actually a picture of a humpback whales. They're big whales, like they're seriously fucking big, but they're not as big as the blue whales, you know, but like these are big motherfuckers. Some years ago, oh, there's a massive breach at the top. There's a massive fucking breach, and you guys are seeing it. Oh, yes! Massive breach. Go back, there might be another from them. Oh, sweet. Oh, there's 2 or 3 of them out there. And they're not too far out. They're like 5 or 6 Ks out. Wow. There's a stack of them. There's just like a fucking pack of them going off out there. Oh, he's doing the tail. He's slapping the surface. Look, if I could zoom in more, I would, guys. If I could zoom in more, I would. Oh, I don't Oh, I dare not touch it. You're likely to see more because I'm calculating there's at least 10 or 11 just in that area, whales. Fuck me, this is good. This is so good. And to think I was going to go and do some laps. Yeah, we're a very good chance of seeing some breaches again now, because there's a stack of them in the area, and they're certainly being feisty. They got that 1 o'clock in the afternoon horny going on. Just got to move the camera a little bit. No, the other way. I have a feeling there'll be another really good breach. There's really a lot of activity. It does seem to occur in spurts. You know, you get a big blast of activity. Oh, yeah, baby! And there's going to be more of them, and they're going to be closer. Because the ones yesterday were even closer than that. Oh. And honestly, if I could... Oh, I can open the window to make the screen a fraction clearer. It'll get hot in here, but I'm going to open the window out on the balcony, so it'll get noisy from the street noise down below will come up, but we will get a slightly clearer picture. Of course, all my air conditioning will pour out. Fuck it. And it'll get hot, but... Right, let's zoom around. Did we get more action while I was gone? Fuck off, jet ski boy. I know where that was. I know how to go back to that area where the whales, where there was some action there earlier on. But sometimes you can just come around and the whales will come in closer, and because they come in, I think they chase in some of the see that buoy or buoy in the bottom of the screen there. See the centre of the screen, right in the centre? Oh, there's a whale. It actually is a whale at the top of the screen there that's quite in close. There's a whale just up there in the dead centre of the top of the screen. He's in quite... well, reasonably close. That's like 4 or 5 kilometres out. I don't know if they're going to do any breaching stuff or anything, but there's whales there. Just seeing if there's anything in close. Yeah, nothing really close. But there's, oh, yuck. Oh, I might have just missed a breach there. Oh, no, I didn't. They're doing the business right out the front, let me tell you. Not far away. There might be some more of that, I'm thinking. Yeah, they're not far out. These ones aren't. I'm glad we spun round here. Yeah, there might be a bit more action just here because they're in quite close. It might be a mating thing, or it might be a feeding thing because there's plenty of food. And he's slapping the surface with his tail there in the top left. Anytime they start, breaking up the surface, shit's going down. He's giving it a slap. He's definitely showing off this one. Oh, there's at least 4 here. There's at least 4 whales here in this group. Who knows? It might be a fucking jet. They might be throwing hands. Oh, we'll follow this group, but he's doing the tail flips. So I'm guessing that we're going to see a breach if we stay with this group. Or else we could watch me do laps around Red Bull Ring. What do you reckon? This is so much easier on me. Get the fuck out. Live action happening right out the front. Oh, we went around quite enough. Sorry. That came out of left field. I didn't know it was going to be on. Oh, there must be 10 or 12 whales in this area. I'll try and get as much action as I can. To be honest, I might have to pull back a little bit on the zoom. It's at 30 times, but I can get a wider feel with it. Alright, we'll go back to the pod, or whatever you call a big fuck ton of whales. Well, there's plenty of seabirds there, so I'm thinking they might be feeding. You reckon they would be feeding? Because there's a lot of seabirds. Oh, baby. Are we in the right area or what? I'll just leave it there for a bit. I won't zoom around or anything like that, but that was fucking epic. Right, I'm going to go out and smoke something. You guys just watch that. It's in the right area. I'll keep an eye on it from a distance, but it's in roughly the right area where the seabirds are. So there's likely to be, it might be something to do with feeding rather than mating. I don't know. Don't know that much about humpback whales. but stuff's going on in this area. Wherever the seabirds are, you imagine that the whales are below that. Right. I'll just leave it in one area. There's a good chance something will happen directly in there. It's where shit's happening. So, is there anybody up here to look at? All right. Right. There's a whale right dead center, so something might happen there. But I gotta go and smoke me something. Right. Was there any action? saw a few big breaches while I was out there, but I have the whole panorama type thing going on. I don't know if any of it was in this field of view. Yeah, it should have been. Right, a couple of laps, and I'll do a couple of laps, get it out of my system, and then go again. Then I'll have a look at some whales and I'll drink another liqueur. Couple more laps on mediums and then I'll put some softs on. Did one of my best ever first turns on medium tyres, and then I fucked up turn 2. Actually, that wasn't too bad either. It was nearly as good. Maybe I won't fuck turn 2 up. Not like it's a hard turn. That's actually a really nice launch on mediums. Be with you in 1 sec. This actually is a pretty fair lap on mediums. I'll chat to you as soon as I fuck up this last corner. I'm on medium tyres and it's a reasonably good lap on mediums. No, it was okay. I sort of screwed it a bit. Alright, got the power down that time. Game, I am absolutely magic. You should have seen some of the whale activity. We've had breaches. We've had everything. Feeding frenzies, mating, and the whales did some stuff too. I'm just running around on mediums to get myself up to speed and put the softs on. That was alright. I got the power down nicely there. Hooray! Yeah, you should rewind some of the stream, man. But there's a couple of fantastic moments in yesterday's very first ever whale stream. From the 6th minute to the 9th minute. That's all you have to watch. And you see 3 fantastic breaches. And the whales are going off like deluxe out the front at the moment. But I've got to do a little bit of GT7 because that's what I wrote on the description. I can't try to lure people in with my magic whale potion. If we can get into the 29s, I'll just go straight back to the whales. Come on, get into the 29s. So I can go back to the whales. Damn your eyes. Alright. I just have to be so far ahead here that the whales are a certainty. Wait for me, fuck ya. Whales, bruh. Whales, bruh. They are fucking huge. You have no idea what it's like, how big they are. Is that enough? Excellent. Fuck this. I can go back to the whales. Yeah. I was going to put softs on, but I'd rather look at the whales. Right, I'm going to look at the whales for a moment. I'm going to smoke something, and we're into the 29s on mediums. Yeah, that's the GT7 part done for a moment or two. Yeah, we're into the 29s, bro. So we'll put softs on after, but yeah, Eddie, good night, mate. You have a good sleep, and thank you for popping in. Thank you for the likes. Thanks for the support, man. Always brilliant. You too, game. Fantastic stuff. Right, I'm going to go and pour myself a liqueur. You watch. Hang on. I'll just see if we can get some breach action going on. See if we can get something in a bit closer. I'll have a look. I'll spin the camera right into the... See if there's any action in close. Because they do get crazy in close, you know, like... Just look, see if there's any spouts, any whales in close breathing. See if there's anything in close-ish. Right. Doesn't look like there's... Yeah, I can't... Hang on a sec. I'll put the screen around and put my proper glasses on. A quick scan to see if there's anything close. the best indication is the seabirds, wherever they are. Yeah, you're going to see some action here in this area. Yeah, there'll be whale action right here, for sure. All right, I'm going to go and get myself a drink. There'll be there was a breach up the top of the screen straight away. Yeah, there'll be some whale action here for the next few minutes while I go and have a wee. You don't need to know, but I'll be back in a minute. Suppose I better do some more laps, I guess. Right. Back in the saddle. Oh, I wonder if there was any breaches while I was away. Where are we looking at the moment? Bring it in a bit closer. Right, I'll do a couple of more laps, I think. Immediately after this sip. I'll do some laps for a few minutes. Then I'll come back and I'll watch some whales again while I have a smoke. And man, that looks beautiful out there. Thank you very much, game. It is a beautiful day already. Thank you so very much for popping in and all your continued support. I do mean it, man. Thank you. You have a great day. Right. I'll go and do a few laps. Alright, you're on the right screen, yep. A couple more laps on the mediums and then I'll put the softs in. Hopefully improve a bit. not going to work. That isn't going to work. Alrighty. 29.9 on the mediums. Alright. Bang the softs on. One thing for certain, I don't expect a sudden improvement. Which is always what seems to happen, is you think it's suddenly going to improve. You still have to work for it. Audi's a tough beast. Next time, maybe. Jesus, how do you fucking get the power down without... timing is awful. Timing is awful. Hey, how you doing, Sammy? How are you, my man? Hey, we've been getting some absolutely stellar ocean stuff. You know, just brilliant. I don't know if you checked out yesterday's first whale stream, but from the 6th minute to the 9th minute, there were 3 breaches, and you could plainly see the whale's body and everything. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Right, I'm going to have a spell for a moment now that you're here to keep me company. It's just you and I. Wow. Oh. Right. What have we got? 29.1. That's not too bad. Maybe top 1,000 or something. Definitely get into the 28s. look around. I'm moving the whole stand that the camera's on. It's too hard to actually move the camera because it's so delicate, you know, so I'm just sliding the whole stand, the thing that my monitor, oh right, there's a bit of action right there. Oh, this is in a bit closer, only a couple of kilometres off. Might get a breach here with a bit of luck. Oh, he's doing the flipper thing, smacking the surface. Oh, you're doing some menu books. Yeah, we've got a bit of action going with the whales out the front at the moment. Oh, actually, it's going to be brilliant when you get here. There's going to be plenty of whale action when you get here, so that'll be good. You get to see it live. Yeah, Bathurst on Monday, race B, which will be pretty good, and I'm not too bad at Bathurst. So it'll be Group 4. It's just a sprint race. Oh, massive breach. Massive breach, centre of the screen. How bloody good is that? We just got a massive breach right in the centre. Did you cop that one, mate? Beautiful breach right in the centre of the screen. Well, not centre high, but good stuff though. Oh, wow. More action. Yeah, it's fantastic. Bonza. I can't fucking believe he used one of the oldest Australian expressions for good. Bonza. How good's that, mate? We're getting live feed of the whales doing their thing. And it's going to be on for months. I'm going to go through, because I've got a record of every single one of them, but it'll be laborious to find them and cut them all up and put them all together in a 60-second shorts package. But that's what I'm going to do. Get 20 of them, 20 breaches. Oh, another fantastic one. Since you've been here, there's been three fantastic breaches. I'll have to look up what the official terms are, what you're supposed to call their behaviours. The slapping the surface with the flipper and that. Or the dorsal fins or whatever they want to call them. I'm sure there'll be an official name for it. Oh, how good's that? Just punching it out. Sammy, I'm going to go and I'm going to roll up one. I'm going to go sit out in the balcony for a couple of minutes, watch the whales out there. I'll just leave it on this screen for a little bit. Won't be long. I'm going to come back and try and set a decent time here at Red Bull. Not that I like the track at all. In fact, I don't like it at all, but never have really liked it. It's always been a punt fest. First corner, they just run straight into the back of you. Second corner, they run straight into the back of you. Third corner, they dive down the inside and run into the side of you. Fourth corner, they push you off. Fifth corner, they push you off. Sixth corner, they push you off. Seventh, they dive. Eighth, they dive to the final turn. It's just fucking awful. Horrible track. All right with people who are good, but they get so fucking desperate. All right, I'm going to leave that screen on for a second. I'm going to go and roll something. Where am I? Is that the right place, really? Or is my instinct telling me to go back over here? I'm going to leave it a little bit closer in because there are whales directly in this area. There might be something spectacular happen here in the next couple minutes. butcher bird out in the balcony. I'm going to get him a piece of bacon. Oh, that's what I did with the headphones. Slide my way in. I don't know if there were any spectacular breaches while I was out. I did see a couple while I was out in the balcony, but I don't know if the camera was pointed in the right direction for them. Probably was, though. Any activity in close? Well, there's a bit of activity there on the surface, in the middle of the screen. Anybody coming up and blowing some air? What's happening there? Focusing on the bird. That's that intelligent aim or something or other that the Panasonic's got. Something was moving on the screen, so it followed the action, which was that bird, I think, coming down from left to right. I do see it change its focus a little bit every now and then, change its direction. Some sort of intelligent thing. Is there anything happening around here? Right, okay, well, I'll pull it back. Well, there is a bit of blowhole action up the top of the screen. Another couple of sips, and then I'll go back to doing some laps. Want to get into the want to get into the 28s. All right. Over you go. I've got my monitor up on this big bendy arm now, so I can move it out of the road, or I can move it in front of me. Gotta be a penalty for sure. Must have been only by a pixel. Wasn't good though. Dickwad. Absolute fucking numbnuts. fucking awful. Shit, that's awful. Go back to watching the fucking whales. Incredibly bad. Fucking awful. Weak as fucking piss. Maybe five's too much. Maybe more miniature blackbirds. Embarrassingly bad. shabby as shit. I'm never gonna do any of this. Just think about the reactions. Fucking whale time. Awful, awful, awful. Awful, awful, awful. Might try one of the other cars too. Might be easy to drive. 770 out of 1,000. Right, what's happening in the ocean? Definitely need my other glasses for this. Let's have a look around. There's always a fair bit of action out further, but we want something to happen in closer. So we get a really good blast of the whole whale's body as it comes out. Plenty of activity out further out. How far off the horizon is that? Is there anything up here? Be great if there was something close again. Oh, the old Norfolk Island pine. Wonder where I've seen that before. I got 2 of these growing in my backyard. One of them is way bigger than these ones. Alright, a little bit of... Alright. Sort of like medium ground. Right, I'm going to have a break for a moment. I've got to get into the 28s before I give the GT7 part away. Although, I might make a lobby for Bathurst. Actually look for a lobby. Actually, I might look for a lobby. There might be somebody doing a lobby. It's in the afternoon, it's the weekend. There might be a group 4 lobby. So I'll look for that while I leave the ocean up. I've had enough of doing the other one anyway. Red Bull. Just have a look around and see if there's any group 4 lobbies going for Mount Panorama. It's a group 3, but it's not going to be group 3. And the other one doesn't seem to have any. Oh yeah, oh there's a breach up the top. That was nice. Might be another one then. Looks like a bit of top activity going on over there. Might be a couple of males competing or showing off their prowess and their strength. Where there's a little bit of activity, there's quite often a bit more. Does tend to arc up. Few of them compete or whatever they're doing. I'm sure there's an explanation for the behaviour, but I imagine it's similar to, you know, like the elks and all the deer and all the animals that perform around, because mating is a big part of this migration, mating and birthing. Bound to see more, and there's plenty of whales. Anywhere you look on the screen, there's whales. There's thousands of humpbacks go past. Anyway, I'm going to go and have a smoke. Maybe there will be something happen for you guys. likely you'll see a breach here, but whether it's a bit closer so you can get a really good view on it, or a bit further out. But you're going to see one, I would say, after a couple of minutes, you'll see one come out somewhere on the screen. You always hope that it's in a little closer so you can get to see it up close and personal, but there's a bit of activity on the surface, so there's a good chance we'll see something nice happen. Anyway, I'm going to go and make myself a magnificent drink. I'll be back in a moment. Hello again. I am back. I was doing some laps, but I'm bored with doing Red Bull. It's not a particularly fascinating track. Don't know what to do. I was thinking I might just do a whale stream so I can just relax and not do any GT7. And just do a separate stream for whale watching for a couple of hours while I sit here and just watch. That might be fun for a while and no pressure. Not that there's any pressure doing GT7, but doing GT7 I've got to do stuff. With the whale watching I can just sit back, relax, smoke a stogie, look around, see if I can catch a fantastic breach. Seen heaps of it already though. Oh, there's a bit of action at the top of the screen at the moment too. Likely to see a breach. Oh yeah, there's a few whales there. Might just leave it where it is for the moment. Maybe just a little to the left. Because that's the direction they're heading. There's definitely a group of whales out there at the moment on the top of the screen, so there's usually someone performs a bit. Oh, there was one bit far out though. Nice big breach for right at the top of the screen. I hope we can get one in a bit closer. I know you probably come here to see GT7, but it's just nice to look at the moment. There's plenty of them spouting and breeding, obviously. Oh, they're blowing off. And they're in closer. So if there is going to be we'll be in good position if someone in closer decides to, yeah, we've got a good view on it. They're moving from right to left. So we should see him come up and breathe again. Because he'll definitely be coming into this field that we're in at the moment. It's amazing, you're just looking at the screen and suddenly something erupts out of the water. Just crashes on its back and makes a massive wave. Shit, it's impressive.